Are you ready? Feels very new and unusual to be here, standing in front of all of you. So, herzlich willkommen, Bruchim Habaim, and welcome to It's very good. We just did a technical check right now. Perfect. So welcome to this year's Femtech Figures event in celebration of International Women's Day. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nelly Krantz. I am very, very delighted to be here with you to walk and talk you through today's event. I myself am half Israeli, half German. A combination, when put together correctly, is a very, very good recipe for success. And on this mission, I found my company, Nelly's Network, to actually bring together Germany and Israel in politics, business opportunities, science, and culture. I'm very excited to be here with all of you. This Femtech Figures event is an initiative by the Consulate General of the State of Israel and the Consulate in southern Germany and next Mannheim. And Femtech is an industry which is often called as a niche industry, but I will tell you something up front. You know, we're not going to save it to the end. It's not niche at all. You will soon hear why. So I'm very delighted to show you the potential with our amazing speakers of this huge industry, which is estimated to be hitting $60 billion by 2027. And you, the audience, are showing us with your presence how relevant this topic is. We have here our Femtech figures from Mainz, from Switzerland, and from Israel. And in the audience, young and hungry entrepreneurs, representatives of the German government, Israel friends, scientists, business professionals, and the most important Femtech enthusiasts. We would like to take a moment to also express our gratitude that we're here today in person in the midst of a global pandemic, in the midst of a brutal war in Ukraine. It is really not, it cannot be taken for granted that we're standing here and that we're having the privilege to celebrate this event. Before we start off with our official agenda, I have some logistics that I would like to point out. Please wear your mask at all times to make sure that we're all safe. And we also kindly ask you for security reasons to wear the pin or your name tag so we know that throughout the event, it's only registered guests here with us. Also, please, in your social media posts, that we really hope to see a lot of those, use the Femtech Figures hashtag. And now, one little before we start, to our sponsors and partners, Leonardo Hotels and Odenwalder Quelle. But now, enough said. I'm very, very excited to welcome the Consulate General, Her Excellency Mrs. Carmela Shamir, here on stage for her opening remarks. We're very happy to have you here. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if dear members of the Bundestag, Melis Zekman and Konrad Stockmeyer, dear Dr. Sharon Rashid Aikeles, dear Ron Snir Arbel, dear Mrs. Schardinger, dear Frederica Engel, dear Christian Sommer, dear Dr. Rabe, dear Lena Rubelman, dear founders, dear members of the press, dear ladies and gentlemen, and I stress gentlemen because I'm very happy to see you here, dear friends, shalom. 8th of March, International Women's Day. How can we mark it today in a way that represents my professional goals, my priorities, and my personal beliefs? I wish to establish even more partnerships than already exist between Israel and Germany. I want to share knowledge and experience between researchers and professionals. I want to discuss our common values and see how by all these means we can make a world a better place. I know it's very presumptuous, but everyone can do its utmost, should do its utmost. Femtech is a relatively new term for me, and I learned that it is based on a female data that allows to develop a large number of products, methods, and services. I'm sure some of you had to deal with prejudice regarding this in the past. Is there a real need for it all? Is it not only about women's concerns, and so only female entrepreneurs are interested? For me, the answer is clear. Therefore, we are here today. Not only we are 50% of global population, but also our health has direct social, economic, and health repercussions on the entire global population. Women's health is everyone's health, as NGO Femtech Focus refer to it. I'm convinced that women should stand up for their physical, psychological, and economic needs, and for their quality of life. I'm very pleased to be in Mannheim, the Stadt der Ideen und Macherinnen. I hope I said it more or less correctly, city of ideas and enabler, for the first time today, and to be able to build on the excellent cooperation between Next Mannheim and Israel. That is why I wanted to have our first event here on site in Mannheim. I'm impressed by the innovative power of the city, which offers space for inspiration and development of new visions, as well as for female entrepreneurship. According to the German Startup Monitor, the city of Mannheim currently has one of the highest rates of spin-offs in Germany, following Berlin, Munich, and Hamburg, and that is something to be really proud of. Without the Startup Center Next Mannheim, this would certainly not be possible. You do valuable work and can be satisfied of having already supported around 340 startups in their foundation. I'm looking forward to hearing and learning from our guest speakers, looking forward to the exchanges today, and in particular, to see what inspiring ideas and new initiatives will grow as a result of this event. Toda rabba, and shalom.
Thank you, Carmela. I'm happy to welcome Christian Sommer, CEO of Next Mannheim, and call Lena Rübelmann up on stage, Head of Female Innovation, for her opening remarks.
We have a really good comment from our CEO that this is very made for maybe a male posture, right? If you're like a little smaller, it's really hard to bring your words across. And it's actually one of the inspiring things we had used in order to bring this topic to Mannheim and initiate this event, that there's a massive data gap for women in not only health, but also, for example, in car testing, security, all the role models or the data that is used, it's usually male postures. So here another example, we'll change that for the future. And to all of you, a very warm welcome also from the Mannheim side and the side of Next Mannheim. I'm, as the head of female entrepreneurship here at Next Mannheim, you can imagine how thrilled I am to have this event not only on the International Women's Day here, but also to be able to welcome female tech entrepreneurs from all over the world, from Israel, from Switzerland, from Germany, to bring you together and bring you on stage. Because we founded the initiative Women Tech Founders, an initiative by Next Mannheim, in order to bring existing femtech entrepreneurs and tech entrepreneurs together to also build a really strong network. And third, and very important, to inspire more female entrepreneurs to go into the tech field. So this is a special day for us. This is a special day for Femtech because I'm so proud to put spotlight on this matter. It's a really important matter, and to be able to put the spotlight on female tech entrepreneurs and the scene, an evolving scene of female health tech is very special. I want to point out 3 things. First and foremost, we are so thankful for the cooperation we have with the Consulate General and her team. We have so much fun initiating this event, and it's not the first one. It will be one of many, I hope, and it's great that this cooperation exists. And on top, that Mannheim and Israel, they're really closely bonded. There's so much inspiration we can take from that. There's so much startups exchange that's actually happening between next Mannheim and the city of Tel Aviv, but also the twin city Haifa. So this is a present and a gift that we have in Mannheim to be so closely connected to Israel and the Consulate General. Also, I want to point out how proud I am to work in an ecosystem that is that visionary and that flexible, that innovative, that we can bring at Next Mannheim and our different centers and entrepreneurship hubs, that we can find topics that cross many different boxes. For example, like Femtech, we have a tech center where we end at Muffinex, but we also have 2 centers for medtech. We have a Center for Female Entrepreneurship, which is really unique in Germany. And altogether, this enables and really facilitates possibilities like today that we can bring female tech entrepreneurs on stage. And last but not least, I also want to point out that we take the mission statement of the city of Mannheim, mission statement 2030, very serious. Mannheim is a really progressive city, and this statement is very progressive as well. It focuses on gender equality. It focuses on equal participation. It also focuses on being a digital, innovative city. And very matching to this event, it focuses, and Mannheim aims to be, and is already, a model for international cooperation between cities. So those are points I really wanted to stress at the beginning, but now it's really time to focus solely on the female entrepreneurs, to talk about female health, the female health industry and female health tech. And in this, I want to hand the mic over, I'm going to throw it back to you, to Nelly, and wish us all a great and cooperative and very inspiring event. Let's all become supporters of female health technology from today on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lena. Femtech has grown into a movement. It's quite a new movement, so it's very exciting to be here from the beginning, but the happening is already done for a long time. It has grown to a movement that demands more awareness, more visibility, and more self-determination of the female body through innovation. For this, we have our amazing keynote speaker here with us, Dr. Sharon Hercules. She is a biomed professional. There's a lot to say about her. That's why I have to read. I'm very sorry about that. She's a passionate entrepreneur. She founded a private company in the stem cell field, led Abracadabra, a screening bra for early detection of breast cancer, and is involved in many other femtech startups. She's the founder of EveHub, the first femtech hub in Israel. And if this is not enough, she's currently the chairwoman of the Israeli Council for Advancements of Women in Science and Technology. Sharon, we're very happy to have you here with us. The stage is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here today. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Nelly, for the introduction, the kind introduction. So I would like to thank the Consul General of Israel in Southern Germany and Next Mannheim for inviting me, and I wish us all a very interesting and successful event. I will stress from the beginning that I had 2 or 3 pieces of YouTube segment, so I might as well move from one screen to another. If I have technological problem, it's not because I'm a woman. Okay, so let's start. So International Women's Day actually is a global day that is celebrated all over the world. And this day also marks a call of action for accelerating gender equality. So when I started to work on this presentation, I thought I'd bring something that is actually unique to this year's day. So I looked around and I found this website that is called, surprisingly, International Women's Day. And actually it is aimed on supporting supporters that are providing a platform to help someone shape positive change for women. And one of the things they do actually is they launch a campaign every year. And this year's campaign is actually Break the Bias. So bias makes it difficult for all women to move ahead, and knowing that this bias exists is not enough. We should do something. And this year they wish that all of us will cross our hands and take a picture and just, put it on your social media and break the bias. And in case you were wondering how it is relevant to our conference, please take a moment to listen to the first minute of this YouTube piece that I will share with you now. Okay. Let me move this one up. I told you it's a technological thing. Okay, and we're going to here, and we're going to here.
Some of us suspect is indeed true with American studies, finding that women wait an average of 16 minutes longer than men to receive pain medicine in emergency rooms. We are also up to 25% less likely to receive opioids when we are suffering. Joining us now from New York is Maya Duesenberry, an American journalist and author of the book Doing Harm, the truth about how bad medicine and lazy science leaves women dismissed, misdiagnosed, and sick. Maya, thanks so much for being with us. We know that gender bias affects many, if not all, interactions, but when it comes to medical diagnosis, it can actually at times lead to dangerous situations, can't it?
So we'll hear later on.
The truth.
Oh,
about
no.
how bad medicine-
Okay, this is exactly the thing that I didn't want to happen. Okay, so now let me move back
And
to
sick.
Okay, so don't forget to take picture with your crossed ends and put it on the social media. Now, after I've placed the smoking gun, I can start. My name is Sharon, as already been said. I'm a happily married woman with two sons. And in October 2020, I was nominated as the chairwoman of the Council for Advancing Women in Science and Technology that actually works in the frame of the Science and Technology Ministry in Israel. And I will tell you later on what am I doing in this council. If people are asking me what I am really doing, actually I'm a passionate entrepreneur, and this is something that I'm working on for the last decade or so. I started my, this is my family. I forgot to show you when I was saying that I'm a married woman with two kids. So I started my way in the academy, and I was studying human genetics for more than like I think 7 years or something like that. And then once I finished my studies, I was really very enthusiastic to keep going on science. So I left for another decade. And in this decade, actually, I dedicated everything to lead and conduct studies and research in a genetic disease called ATM, which is which has actually gives a way to deal with UV problems. Now, until one day I've realized that actually I reached the point where my toolbox is quite full and I can move on to my next thing in life, and I left the protective and let's say stunning bubble of the academy and dive into the world of this entrepreneurial roller coaster that you are all familiar with. So this is actually was a roller coaster for me. My first initiative was indeed private company that I funded. It called STEMcore, and it aimed on actually be a one-stop shop for everything that has to do with stem cells. We wanted to collect stem cells from all parts of body, not only cord blood, but also mesenchymal stem cells, and also to have treatments that are actually based on stem cells. Unfortunately, it didn't go that well, and again, I had to cut my losses and move on. So I moved to my next challenge, and that was Abracadabra, a project that aimed at detecting early lumps in the breast. At that stage, I didn't really was aware of the fact that I'm entering a sector that is very unique and called Femtech. But this project was going on for a year, and during this year, I actually built the pavements of moving on to my next thing. But let me go back again and actually tell you all about Abracadabra. In case you didn't know, breast cancer is the most common cancer diagnosed in women. Actually, being a woman is the main risk for breast cancer. And if you're a woman that living in a developed country, you have a chance of 1 to 8 to develop breast cancer over your life. The good news is that if the cancer is being detected early, you are more likely to stay alive. So what's the problem? It appears that the clinical breast examination that every woman is going through her lifetime every day around the world is not good enough as the first frontier tool to breast cancer detection. It is still performed manually with the physician squeezing your breast with his own hands according to his own interpretation and to his own skills, and it is totally subjected to human parameters. So what we thought is bringing something that will give automatic solution, like all solutions that are being innovated for other problems in the world, in health issues. And now I'm just taking you for a tour. Imagine you women. Imagine that once a year you are entering this women health center. You are checking into a designated room where you go behind a curtain. You take off your own bra. You put on Abracadabra, and you come out. The nurse attaches such a controller to the bra, presses a button, and inside the bra starts the squeezing, okay? The medical balloons that are actually embedded over there start to grow. They are pressing the sensor that are embedded in this bra against the breast in a way that actually mimicates the way that the physician hands are working. And through all this, actually the sensor are kind of sending back the information using a dedicated processing algorithm that transforms all the data. And all this data is actually collected from your breast and is moved on to build some kind of a map in which you see if there are no tumors, you see a plain, and if there are tumors, you see like a mountain over there. And then after a couple of minutes, when you finish to be checked, then you take off Abracadabra, you wear your clothes in your own privacy, and during this time, all the digitalized results are actually loaded into a cloud-based database where they can be seen by your doctor. So actually, you can repeat this exam every year. You don't need to be afraid to do it, and actually, this is a great screening tool. Well, I'm sure that by now you're all saying, wow, what a great idea, and really sophisticated and so innovative. It will save so many lives, and it will actually transform the clinical breast examination into an easy and updated and friendly to the user exam. But no, unfortunately, this story didn't end with a Femtech product. It just was buried in the graveyard of all the other Femtech studies and startups. So to cut a long story short, after 1 year that I was leading Abracadabra, struggling my way to try and raise money for this excellent idea, I felt very frustrated. I've completed 2 accelerator programs. Okay, I will use this one. I've completed 2 accelerated programs. I have met with lots of investors. I did everything but the book, and yet I wasn't there. And when I thought of it, I didn't really understand why. So I thought, and then I realized that I have 3 unique obstacles. Not only that I'm a biomed and gender biomed entrepreneur working in the biomed field, I am a woman trying to sell a feminine product to men that are sitting in VC funds. So most investors, you know, are men. They actually they're not connected to these kind of products, and moreover, they're not going to use it in their lives. So actually, if it's not something that shows them ROI in this very moment, they will not take the time to study it more. So actually, these kinds of startups that we call them the Femtech startups need to work harder and get some more help in order to become successful. Now, when digging more into this issue, I was amazed to see that I'm not alone. Many women around the world actually are facing the same obstacles and barriers that I was facing. And all of them, as I learned at, it was 2017, I think, all of them were part of a newly and a rising sector called Femtech that deals merely with women's health. And I say, wow, 2017, so many Femtech entrepreneurs in the world, but here in Israel, no one talked about Femtech. No one knew the word. So I thought I might as well be the first. And that is exactly what I did. I founded Is Femtech Hub, a platform that aimed at promoting startups in the Femtech field and establishing a Femtech ecosystem in Israel. For that purpose, the first thing I did was to find a partner that is more involved in ecosystems and accelerators than me, and that was Tal Katran, my partner at the time. The second thing I did was to learn about the Femtech field, because I really didn't understand it yet. I didn't know what exactly the needs of this sector and what are the unique challenges that Femtechers are facing. And you know, when you're looking in Wikipedia's definitions to see what is Femtech, you learn that Femtech, which is a short for feminine technologies, is actually a term that used to identify companies that sell and manufacture products and services focused on women's health. In the beginning, it focused merely on products that involved the use of digital technologies like AI and medical devices, IoT, etc. But later on, it actually got a bit more bigger, because they understood that this kind of sector can't rely only upon digital technologies, and now we have some more kind of products in this sector. Now, this term, the Femtech term, actually was coined 8 years ago by a Danish female entrepreneur called Ida Tin. She was actually the founder of Clue. It's a mobile application designed to help women track their fertility and keep track of their monthly cycle. And the major categories that are embedded in this sector are actually all the stages that a woman is going through her life, from the moment she's getting her period, through fertility and pregnancy and nursing. Also, it spans general women's healthcare and women's sexual wellness, God forbid. Yes, we do have sexual wellness. So, according to Frost & Sullivan, which is one of the biggest research and consulting firms in the world, with the rise of the she economy, and I'm sure you're aware of the term she economy, women are increasingly playing an influential role across the healthcare field as consumer, decision makers, healthcare professionals, and caregivers. And here you see some statistics about women in this field. So 90% of women are primary decision makers. Let's say, yes. 90% are primary decision makers, 80% of them are decision makers, and 80% are professionals that work in the field. Sadly, only 4% of them use as CEOs and work in powerful positions. Now, according to all the research, additional reasons that actually gave rise to this femtech sector was the emerging of this market. So that I need to drink. Sorry. So, first of all, the market giants actually understood that we, the women, are a giant, let's say, potential market for all these products, and actually half of the world's population are women. So it's a big buying force. Why not use it? So that was the main, let's say, force. The second is that many startups targeting this issue became very seen in this scene. And finally, the VCs themselves already started to see the value of investing in the femtech sector. So in 2013, funding flowing into the global femtech sector was barely cracking the $100 million in total. By 2015, capital invested has risen considerably, and they reached almost $350 million. And actually, 2019 was the inflection point where the amount of money invested in this field almost doubled itself and reached to almost $800 million. So, and as Nelly already mentioned, the predictions that about these sectors are that it's going to be a destructive sector and reach a consolidated market that will actually be worth something like $50 to $70 billion industry. So, going back to Eve that I've funded, as I mentioned, I was very enthusiastic about building this ecosystem in Israel. I thought, wow, this is a great chance. The predictions regarding this sector are amazing. So many new ideas and new startups are emerging. And actually, all the world showed interest in this field. So I went full steam ahead, looked for some money that will help me actually realize this idea. I mapped several entities in Israel that I thought can be a perfect candidates. And actually, this is something that I think each ecosystem needs to map for itself. So who will be your strategic partners when you are going to invest in such an initiative? So I thought maybe medical centers, and I was engaged in a very close discussion with a leading medical center in Israel, and also VCs that are willing and wishing to invest money in this area, pharma companies, digital companies, everything that I tried to put my hand on. And actually, in May 2019, I have launched Eve with the generous sponsorship of a pharma company. Only one company raised its hand and said, yes, I do. And that was Ferring Pharmaceutical Company, which at the time, a leading company that actually works on reproductive medicine and women's health. And at the time, they opened an innovation unit in Switzerland, and they wished to explore the Israeli ecosystem. They wished to be the first to see what interesting startups are there in Israel. So we actually launched it, and in our ecosystem, we had aspiring entrepreneurs with great ideas. Also, femtech startups that already worked in the scene. We had incubators from all over Israel that wanted to see, again, what startups are growing in this hub. Professionals that give advice and actually were mentors in our hub. Fairing that was sponsoring us, and of course medical center and medical associations that are working on unique diseases that are specific to women, like breast cancer, ovarian cancer, etc. Actually, we wanted to create a change in the general discussion surrounding this femtech sector and raise awareness to the fact that actually it's not a niche, like Nelly pointed, it's a huge market. Our primary mission was to enable the entrepreneurs, and this is something that I wish every hub or center will embrace, to give them the opportunity to accelerate their innovation in the face that they are selling women products. And each femtecher that joined our program actually received a comprehensive custom-tailored program containing end-to-end tools that most of the hubs and the innovation center are giving, but we did everything in a perspective that actually looks at the product in the eyes of an investor that doesn't know if he connects to the product or not. And in addition to promoting the startups, we had two additional major activities, helping to connect the mature companies that are already in the scene to money. So for that purpose, we were in touch with lots of VCs in Israel and also all over the world. And we also had to earn some money, so we did workshops and meetups and brainstorm sessions, and that we did again with buddies from all over the world. People actually looked at Israel as a test case, because we were the first hub that wanted to promote femtech in the entire world, not only in Israel. At that time, when I started with Eve, there were actually blogs that talked about this femtech new sector. There were all kind of let's say hubs that combined people that wanted to talk about it, but no one actually took upon himself to promote this sector by giving them tools and giving lessons how to do it. But what are actually the challenges and the obstacles in the femtech field? So everything in life boils down to money. We all know it, and it is no secret that the main obstacle in the field is still the disparity in funding women's health issues. It begins with the academy. Fewer researchers are studying to begin with women health issues. Hence, fewer people are actually trying to get grants and money from let's say bigger programs like the Horizon Europe, etc. And also that means that the amount of money that is actually being spent on this issue is smaller from the beginning. Moreover, historically, few venture capitals were actually dealing with this sector. So again, it's a problem. What should we do? A major challenge that actually characterizing this sector is the fact that people are less likely to talk about things that are considered as taboos. And let's look what is the situation here. For all human history, I think the female body and its common physiological features were condemned and hidden by society. Somehow, discussion about issues that are related to the women's body became taboo, and this taboo was carried actually into the modern age. Every day, people are embarrassed to talk about things in public, talk about like feminine body parts. breast, vagina, this is something that you are not allowed to say in public. And miscarriage or fertility struggle, those are also things that you're not actually talking about when you are in public. Also, when you look about special special diseases like endometriosis, that just recently was people are starting to actually study it properly, even though 1 to 10 women in the world are suffering from it. So taboo and shame are actually incredibly powerful. They stop women from talking about the problems. They stop they don't let them actually share the problems that they feel. There's a stigma, and this thing actually causes stigma and isolation, and all this actually causes women to withdraw from their support network, to withdraw from their maybe going for the physician or to their health provider. And this vicious cycle is actually had to be stopped, and we have to stop it so we can actually break all those taboos. So only one example of a unique event that we did in Eve during our entrepreneurial activities was to have a storytelling workshop that was tailored to projects that are working in this field. And in this workshop, we actually put the elephant in the room and actually taught the femtechers how to talk about breast, vagina, miscarriage, etc. If you are standing in front of a VC that is a man, and all he's doing is looking at your breast when you are trying to sell him abracadabra. So it's a problem, believe me. Okay, so you have to be very self-confident, and you have to know your pitch, and you have to show him that this is not the issue. The issue is not the breast. The issue is the problem that you want to solve. So, yes. And, you know, I'm just going back. I had one entrepreneur that had a sexual wellness product, and she had a lot of problems in selling her product, I can tell you that. One other suggestion is don't go to see male that are sitting in VCs. Try to find the women that will actually support your startup. So the femtech industry, why is it so important? So first, it normalizes the female body and health. It actually gives us the chance to understand the specific female needs and to accept many topics that we didn't accept until today. Secondly, it accurates the products and the services that we are getting. The femtech companies are actually created and led by women, most of them. I have to say that in Eve, we had like 70%, I think, startups that were led by women, but we had 30% that we have like men entrepreneurs, and there was no problem. And actually, so because women know exactly the problems, they know how to solve the problems because they feel it on themselves, actually they can simultaneously create innovation that caters to women both individually and as a group. And also, it reduces gender inequality in the field. According to research that was done lately, only 29% of people working in STEM fields are women. And when you look at femtech, it is the opposite statistics. Only 30% of the founders are men. So if we will try to, merge these statistics, maybe it will make a difference. So women's wealth has long been lacking innovation and investment. Traditionally, the healthcare products and the solution were designed to develop according to men kind. And actually, all the consideration were according to the man body. So there actually was no consideration into this fact that there are differences between women and men. In fact, most products, devices, or drugs were not even tested on women up until, I say, 15 years ago or something like that. And most of them were underrepresented in clinical trials. And this resulted a huge lack of products that actually fit to women's health specific needs. And in innovative tools, we can actually try to change it. So now let me go back to my smoking gun and let you hear. I will go back to here, then I will go back.
Tell us of a woman who, a Black young woman
No,
who
I
had
think this
lupus
is not the
for-
thing I wanted to. Okay, let's leave it.
And even after she was diagnosed
רונה, את יכולה לבוא לעזור לי שנייה?
with severe pain, what before she was proper.
אני רוצה לחזור לקודם. לזה. אפילו לא נפתח. Okay, no, it's a problem. We can't see it. No, madam. Doesn't matter.
I lost it.
לא. מה זה? טוב, אז זה. הנה, שם פה. שם, לעשות ככה, אז... עכשיו קראתי בשלי. No. I thought it will be a problem. No. Okay, סבבה. טוב. So I wanted to show you this, the rest of the YouTube part, because she is talking about all the bias that we as women face when we are going to have tests that are unique to us, and also the time that we are waiting in order to get medications if we are suffering from a lot of pain during endometriosis, because this is kind of a disease that many physicians don't know how to diagnose, and they think that the woman that is coming is hysteric. She is actually in stress. She says that she is suffering, but actually they can't see what she's suffering from, so they don't give her medications. So yes, this is an example for how we need to innovate in this field. So let me move forward, and we didn't do this one. And okay, so now let me show you some of the examples of startups that we are having in Israel. And these startups were actually part of the Is Femtech Hub. Lamoon is actually trying to develop a probe that will go directly to the vagina and will actually try to find in a very accurate way the window for the fertility. Okay, so this is the first medical device that will do it not upon outside readings, but upon readings from inside the vagina. 9+ Life is a new company, a very at early stage. They are trying to create an application that will give doula on a chat for 24/7 for the entire time of the pregnancy. So if you are having questions, if you are afraid, if you have stress or something like that, instead of going to the Google, you can contact your own doula. It's not at the beginning, it won't be a chat doula, but a real person that will sit in the other side. So actually you are becoming more and more dependent on this doula. The other startup, Uterian, actually is a startup that was invented by two men. One of them, his wife was actually having a cesarean birth, and After that, she wanted to have the second labor without a cesarean and without a cesarean operation. And the doctors were telling her it's very risky, don't do it. So they decided, they are both engineers, they've decided to see if they can predict what is the risk that the rupture will be opened during a normal labor, because many women don't want to have their second and third labors using an operation. So this is another one. Eve Pharma is actually trying to insert antibiotic tablet into the vagina in order to let's say battle with antibiotics. And you know that most let's say infections that are actually being in the vagina are not caused by microbes, but rather by viruses. So this is something new. It will only be activated if there are antibiotics in the vagina. So it's not something that you can be damaged of. And Tulipon, I would like to show you in a minute the movie. So I will, and also we have a postcard over there. And I think I'll move on because I don't have enough time. And this is one startup that the Innovation Authority decided to give money to. Three, let's say, older women that decided that they want to defeat the stress they feel when they are doing intercourse. So they have come up with this Aquafit Intimate Gel Stick for women. And I know there's no digital technology here, but still it's a Femtech product. As I told you, the Femtech niche, the Femtech market is broadening. The other one is Queenie. It's also a very interesting thing. They want to actually develop some kind of let's say, underwear that have sensors that they will replace all the tampons and all the pads, because the sensor will feel your the very first bleedings, and they will send some kind of a signal to the application that you are having in your telephone. So actually this is something very unique. And the last thing was Tulipon. This is exactly now Tulipon is not being supported by the Innovation Authority, but they just now started a kickstart campaign. So they have this. Now, if I can start it, let's see. No.
The truth about how bad medicine and lazy science
This is
leave
my
women
technical guide.
dismissed, misdiagnosed, and sick.
For some reason, it's not.
Welcome
this
to the
one. I think
convocation
we should
program
go back
at
to
Carleton
the
College.
one that was before.
I'm your host, Kerry Rott,
Yes,
Director of
no,
Events.
it was like
We'll be together for
switched. Okay. Okay. So they have examples. So we have maybe just this one and that's it. Okay. Because it's so nice.
Meet Sharon. Sharon is a true juggler.
It's
A
not.
mother, a wife, an HR manager, an athlete, a cook, a cleaner, a swimmer, a great listener, and you get the picture. She is just about like any other typical woman. Sharon manages all this thanks to careful planning. However, once a month, for almost a week, Sharon cannot plan anything. And when she does, well, life has other plans for her. Because for Sharon, the monthly flow is a monthly struggle. When Sharon was young, her mum gave her sanitary pads, but they felt like nappies and prevented her from doing all the things she loved. So Sharon swapped them for tampons, but they didn't work well either. The tampons leaked, and Sharon had to change them every 3 to 4 hours. One day, Sharon was excited to hear about a new option, the reusable menstrual cup. However, inserting the cup, removing it, and cleaning it time after time just didn't work for her.
Like Sharon, all heavy menstrual bleeders' quality of life is severely impaired every month. They plan their days around avoiding various activities and social life. Since there is no market available solution that can truly support them in managing their flow. For these women, Katz Bio created Tulipon. Tulipon combines the positive attributes of the tampon with the best attributes of the menstrual cup.
Before I thank you for being such a good listeners, I wish to just say that even though this field is very attractive, and even though all over the world people are talking about it, and you know it's a hype, well, still the money is not here, and we have to find a way to make it more profitable. And for me, when I started with Eve, I was sure that the government will give some money, that the Innovation Authority will be much more involved. I was sure that more big companies will be eager to, you know, come and put some money in this sector. But it was the opposite. They came to me, they wanted to know who are the startups that I'm working with, and they didn't want to give any money for that, because, you know, they just wanted to work with the startups, not with the entire actually platform. So I thank you all for listening. I wish you a very good and successful work with your own startups. And if you wish, I can answer questions now or later on during the network, maybe, because I think I just took some more time than I planned to.
Mic is not, now it's working. Thank you so much for the insight. We'll jump onto the panel with our panelists, because we have also one mommy here who has to pick up her kids very soon. So I'm very happy to have you here. Please come up on stage. And I'm looking forward to discuss basically all of Sharon's input, because those Femtech figures are living the keynote speech. Okay. Welcome. I'm happy to briefly introduce all three panelists here. We have Ron Snir-Arvel from Israel, the chairwoman of EasyBra. We have Daniela Schradinger here from Switzerland, actually representing an Israeli startup called Ocon Healthcare, and she's the VP Marketing and Medical Affairs. And we have here to my left Friederike Engel from Mainz, who found her own startup called InFavor, and will do it very startup-y and techy. I'm going to ask you to have a 2-minute elevator pitch to present the company. And for all those in the audience who don't know what an elevator pitch is, imagine you're in the elevator, your potential investor joins, and you have 2 minutes to get your point across. So let's start with Daniela. Sorry. Also not my expertise, I have to admit. I think this is on.
Great. Okay, it works. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. So I'm actually representing several countries. I was born in Austria, live in Switzerland, work for an Israeli company, and we sell our product globally. We have developed the first and only 3-dimensional intrauterine drug delivery platform. That sounds very complicated, but what it is, it's a small ball that is actually a platform and an ideal carrier for any drug, substance, therapy that can be introduced into the uterus and actually treat various women's health issues directly at the target tissue, avoiding side effects that come from taking oral formulation pills. We women, we're used to taking pills either every day for contraception or for headaches or for menstrual pain. So our platform actually treats conditions such as endometriosis. We've heard Sharon talk about it. I believe it's not 1 in 10 women. I believe it's missing some of the diagnostics to even realize that it's probably more 3 to 4 of 10 women. Also myomas, that's 7 out of 10 women that will develop a myoma by the age of 50. And Black women, women of color, are twice as affected by it. Various conditions, and also contraception, which is for a lot of women a daily, responsibility, and we have to suffer for it. So Ocon Healthcare is on a mission to improve women's quality of life and women's health directly through the uterus. Was that 2 minutes?
Thank you so much. We'll continue with Friederike Engel now. I will help you, and it will be my expertise by the end of this panel. Hello? Yeah, no, there you go.
Okay. Hi. Nice to be here. I'm Rike. I'm the founder of In Favor, and In Favor is a multi-brand marketplace for female well-being. We are here to simplify the access for women in Germany to find the right product for their needs. We promote Femtech innovations. I have some with me here. I will share it with you in a bit. And when I got pregnant the first time, I found that becoming a mom isn't that easy, and it really gives you struggles. And when you have these struggles, you start searching for the right product that's supporting your life change. And there are tons of innovations out there, but you need to have so much time to find the right one that suits you. So that is why I founded In Favor, because every woman should see what's out there, and every woman should find the right innovations when they need it, and not just way after, because we women tend to not complain a lot about our complaints, because like Sharon just said, that if you go to a doctor and tell them you are not feeling good, and they are not seeing what's wrong, they don't believe you, you start to learn to just try to figure it out with yourself, and that is the wrong way. So we need to talk about it. We need to share our own experience. And but even in Germany, we have tons of taboos and tons of stigmatas which are connected to our female body, and we want to change that.
Thank you so much. And we have a new product that Ron is going to pitch to you now, because this should be on your platform. Ron,
yeah,
there
sure.
you go.
Hi everyone, I'm Ron. So actually I'm also an investor and now the chairman of EasyBra. So I'm used to getting pitched by, and now I have to pitch EasyBra. So I don't know. I need to call the CEO. But honestly, I mean, I'll do it very briefly. So EasyBra is a medical device. It's a post-op bra for women after breast surgeries. Breast surgeries can stem from aesthetic needs and wishes of women, and also, of course, after breast cancer, augmentation and such. Lots of women now are doing also reductions, and there are plenty of such procedures. And believe it or not, but after breast surgery, there is no standard of care for doctors to basically put the wound dressing around the woman's chest, breast. And EasyBra was founded by an amazing woman named Efrat, and she has suffered breast cancer, survived, and she had 5 surgeries. And she came up, after the 5th, she came up with that product, built it with a very young engineer, and managed to raise $7 million by today. We are now commercializing the product, and we have the distributor actually in Germany, but not only in another 20 countries. And I started to chair the company a few months ago, and I'll tell you all about it, and our shift of strategy from working with doctors and physicians and trying to convince them to have a standard of care of wound dressing, to actually giving the power for women and to women to choose their own path to recovery and to heal after these kind of procedures on themselves. And this is a very interesting, phase in a life of a company that has one elevator pitch to investors, but then needs to change its what we call GTM, the go-to-market strategy, and that's where we are now.
Thank you, Ron. We're going to continue. You started to touch the point of your personal road to Femtech. So, Daniela, you again, why Femtech? Because your personal journey has started with Femtech even before the term Femtech existed, but was not so techy in the beginning to start with.
Yes, so I've been working in the women's health, what we used to call it, field for more than a decade now, and the term Femtech was not very common. Even the word women's health wasn't necessarily used as broadly as today. And when the word Femtech first arose, we didn't even feel as part of it, because as Sharon said, it was very much targeted at apps and AI, and there were a lot of them rising. There is more and more apps coming to help women, mainly to track their fertility, or maybe even to use it as a natural contraception. But what I saw in the beginning, working in this industry, is that the focus of Femtech was very much on either reproductive health or deliveries as a woman, and we were kind of limited to those functions. And startups were arising, offering solutions for either delivering babies or during pregnancy, or for reproductive health, contraception, fertility. But we're way more than that, and women are really suffering. We suffer from the lack of healthcare research that is put on us. Women are 1.7 times more likely to suffer from side effects of general medication. So let's take headache pills that we all take, men and women. Women are more likely to have side effects because they're not dosed for women, because women haven't been included in healthcare research. So a lot of the products that are currently out there, they're not including women. And I'm not even talking about, pregnant women, because pregnant women are still not included in these studies, for which I can understand. I'm working for a biotech company, and it's very risky to include women into those studies, because we have a cycle, we have hormones, we mess up results for biotech companies. So these studies cost a lot of money.
I'm just going to interrupt you right there. What was your personal story then? This was the reason why you joined Femtech, or you didn't join, but you stayed and kept going?
Yes, also as a woman, and having to deal with, contraception from an early age on, I was given the pill to just deal with maybe a cyst or deal with hormonal imbalances, without actually being educated on the issues that can come from it, these side effects. I have suffered from the side effects, and it was my mission, and is still my mission, to educate on some of these, imbalances that exist. We're not aware of the issues that arise. We're not educated well enough. So that's the personal mission for me, and what keeps me going is really to educate on some of these issues.
Thank you. Going back to Rike, you said as a mother, you, for the first time, you found yourself in a situation where you had needs and no one answered them. So I'm interested also for you to tell us about a bit more about the idea you had, how it started as a database, and where you're now, and also maybe show us some of the products that you're selling on the site.
Yes, I love to. So when I became a mother for the first time, it was really, I think a lot of women have a kind of a very romantic view on what's coming after giving birth, which unfortunately isn't the reality. So when you just gave birth, your hormones change. So they change rapidly, and that influences your mental well-being as well. And because of that, you should have the best product supporting your way through that emotional roller coaster. And one product which I personally found during my search, for example, is the LV breast pump. And I have it with me because I just gave birth 5 months ago. And for my second birth, I decided to, do me a favor and buy some of the innovations for myself. So this LV breast pump is really a game changer, I would say. It's you can wear it while you do whatever you want to do. It has no tiles. You don't feel like a cow, I would say. So it is really making your life more independent, and that is something I really experienced as becoming a young mother. You are losing some independence you worked for your whole life in some way, and you want to do the best for your baby, but you still want to be yourself. And the products in the femtech space, they help you stay yourself, but also providing the best for your babies. So, and that is what I love about the femtech space, and that is why I got inspired when I searched for the product supporting my personal struggles. It helped me to see that there are tons of innovations out there no one knows about, and this needs to change. Women need to see how they can make their life easier with the products out there. But since there's a big lack of funding for these products, the visibility is also not there, and that is a really huge issue. And that is how I came up with In Favor. And like you mentioned it, I'm a data scientist. I love to work with data, and thank you. And so my first idea was building up a database to push the visibility for the femtech companies and increase the awareness for VCs. But then I started a whole startup process. So I was part of an early stage accelerator, and I talked to different pharmaceutical companies as well as VCs, and then I decided to go forward with my marketplace for the time being. So that is how In Favor was born, kind of.
And that's a very interesting shift, because I think, Ron, you can relate to it. You started to touch this point. First of all, I'm interested to know, as an investor, when looking into femtech startups, what made you invest yourself in EasyBra? And in the second stage, what you touched before is, how are you shifting from doctors to patients?
Yeah, okay, so my story is a little bit different. First of all, I used to work for the Israeli government, and I was based in Singapore, and I was the trade commissioner there, and I really didn't perceive myself as an investor at all. But my husband did start a startup that is in the women's health. They didn't call it back then in 2014 Femtech. They called it women's health, and then it kind of evolved. But he started that, so we invested a little bit in his company, and he started, raising funds, and he was very much involved in women's health until today. So I kind of figured out, okay, this is like women's health, and nobody's really looking at this space, and it could be like kind of a competitive edge to those who are not like big pharma companies and want to do something that there are less resources and less focus at. So that was the beginning. But then I met Izibra in 2018. My mother was sick. She had breast cancer in 2011. I remember how they wrapped her, and then I had to wrap her. And it was very disturbing back then, but I didn't give it much thought. I just wanted to get to recover. And then when I met Izibra in 2018, I kind of said, oh my God, it's been 7 years and still nothing has been done about it. So this is like brilliant, whatever. I worked at a family office in Singapore, and I brought it to them. But they were not very interested, and they thought, and we'll talk about maybe later, and in the networking, like the mindset of investors the mindset of investors in general is very, very different from the entrepreneur or the woman, the average woman or man that sits in this room. And if you don't understand their mindset, it's really difficult to pitch them, because definitely today in Israel, they would ask you like, so are you going to become a unicorn, or nowadays a decacorn? I mean, that's how they think, and it's fair enough because they're investors and they are looking to take their money and and triple fold it, whatever, 10 times, 100 times. And you are thinking about like building a platform, feeling better, doing the right thing. So I took it to that family office, a very big family office, and they said, I don't think it's going to be a unicorn. And, it was in the Singapore terminology, like, yes, but no. But in general, it was like, no. So I said, okay, I can't give it up. And what will I do? So I called my mother and I said, you know what, I want to put $100,000 in this company. And my mother was like, can we do that? And I'm like, if we have $100,000 in the bank, we can do that, and she says, yeah, but we're not investors. Like, we've never invested in companies. And I'm like, okay, so let's jump into it. It was very fun because, my mother is like, so what are they going to call me, like an angel investor? And I'm like, yeah, or whatever. But anyway, we did that. That was the first time. And afterwards, we also invested, my husband and I, in a company called Everfem Biosciences. You should check it out. I'm not telling you to buy the stock, even though you should. But I'm just saying it's the first contraceptive that was approved by the FDA in the past 40 years in the US. And it's a contraceptive that is a non-hormonal contraceptive. It's a very interesting company, and we invested in that company as well as, as a stock, but we did because we thought that this is a revolution and we want to just support a revolution. Then again, my husband and I are not very logical people. Like, we are going to put all our money into these things and eventually, find ourselves without money to give to the Ukrainian people, but never mind, that's what we did. Why am I saying that is because it's really important to understand that, you have the choice of taking your own money and putting it into things you believe in. That's how we invested in Izibra. And Izibra was actually about to go bankrupt in last September. And one of the shareholders called me and asked, do you want to save the company? And I said, no. And she said, okay, so let's. So I said, no. And we ended up saving the company. We raised $1 million in October, and the company is still alive. No, I'm just trying to say that, it's still an ongoing kind of an investment. So I invested another 100,000 in Izibra. So, we don't know where we're going to end up. Luckily enough, I worked just on, recently in an Israeli unicorn. So I had a little bit of money to invest in Femtech. But what I'm trying to say is like walk the talk. Okay, very important. Like if you believe in these things, you have to give your time, maybe your money, because it doesn't work otherwise, at least not in, these kind of spaces that are very, very immature from a, an investment perspective.
Thank you, Ron. We just have 2 minutes left with Rike because she has to run to pick up her kids. So I just want to take this point. You're seeing the trends because you started up with, I think it was 4 brands on the space. How is the trend? Are there more brands coming in? Are there brands giving up because they don't have the funding, because it's not working the way they wanted it to work? What's your vision and also, estimation?
Yeah, we actually started with 5 companies, 5 brands, and now we have, I think, 26 on it. And that is actually a really nice development because since last summer, I would say, I did not really put much time and effort into getting the contact to these brands. The brands come to me and to In Favor, and they want to become a part because they absolutely understand and see the need that women see the whole picture and see the development of it. So, and yes, of course, there are more and more companies entering the market. I think in Germany, we are far behind Israel and the rest of the world. So we are still in the beginning phase. We are still have to do a lot of educational work to really explain and increase the visibility for all the topics around our female body. And so there will come more and more companies, and I'm sure someday we will be in a more equal space. So and I think the femtech area is so important to a gender equal future. I think without it we won't reach it. So I will stay in it, and I love it, and I'm sure all the people in this room are also into it. So I think we are on the right track. Yeah.
And we'll make sure to follow you because I'm
Thank
very
you so much.
certain that there's a lot more to come.
Thank you so much for having me today, and I'm really sorry I have to leave, but it was a pleasure being here.
Thank you so much for coming. And again, I think this is the best example of making it work with a small or 2 small kids at home and still being here, although you have to run to the train. So a big applause. Thank you so much. Would love to continue, but I'm sure this is not the last time. So coming back to you two, I'll do it the very Israeli way. Let's talk numbers. We are always talking about the huge potential, estimations, and visions. Where is your startup standing now? What is the estimation? How much funding did you get? How much funding do you need to get? And so very brutally honest, please. Let's switch.
Okay, so Okan is not a very young company. We've actually been around for more than 10 years. We have raised 20 million until we came somewhat unfundable. So we did a full restart of the company more than 2 years ago now. And we found ourselves right in the beginning having to start all over again, raising money, and it's not easy, as we heard today from several women here. We just raised another round after doing a full restart of around 4 million. And fundraising never ends in this space. I always say we have expensive hobbies. Bioscience and biotech is really expensive. To give you just an example, we are submitting our IND, that's what it's called, for the FDA. And our FDA study will cost around 15 to 20 million to bring a non-hormonal contraceptive to the FDA. And Ron, you said it, that's why for the past 40 years there haven't been much innovation in this space, because it's very expensive and it's very hard to get funds for it, because apparently it only is an issue for 50% of the population, which contraception should not be, in my opinion. What we saw in the fundraising that we've done, and I've been in this space for a while, there are more women VCs coming to the plate, especially out of the US. We had women's VC invest in us. We were talking from women to women. When we did our full restart, we actually restructured our team. We're now 85% women. We have a female chairwoman, an amazing Harvard-educated woman. But it's hard. It's tough to raise funds. We're now just closing a round and then going into the next bigger round. What has helped us with the funding, and this is maybe something that you touched a little bit on, Ron, platform, and you know, it's and unicorns and all these terms, we still need them, because what we've seen is we started off with one product that is already in the market for more than 5 years, with over 100,000 women that are using the product, mainly in Europe. Germany actually is our biggest market. And we have so much data. We have validated the product, you know, we have de-risked it. You would think it would be actually quite easy to get funding for a product that has gone through the studies, that has been de-risked, but it's very hard to get funding for a one-off product that has a limited market potential. And when you talk to VCs, they need to hear the potential, they need to see the return of investment. So we've actually changed our messaging to become a platform and not only talk about contraception and non-hormonal contraception, but targeting several women's health issues with a platform where you can put any substance, any drug, any therapy on it, and all of a sudden you're going from a 2 billion market potential to a 35 or 40, or actually with the opportunities being endless of what you can treat with this platform, yeah, you know, well over $50 billion in opportunity. And then it becomes interesting for VCs, and then it becomes more fundable. But I think for women, and especially in the femtech space, and maybe you can confirm that, Ron, what we're seeing is there's lots of startups that have one-off innovations. They have a bra, they have an app that have you know, some one-off product, and it might get some initial angel investors. It might get some tractions, $1 million here, $1 million there, but that's not gonna move it forward, and I think that's not gonna move the space forward. I always say any exit in femtech is a huge success for all of us. We've seen more bold acquisitions. When we talk about numbers, we're seeing now big players that come in. Organon, which is a Merck spin-off, they've done a really big, few big exits now, which just help all of us. And I think that should be our goal. I think we shouldn't be afraid to talk about a platform. We shouldn't be afraid to talk about unicorns. We are building a unicorn because we are operating in a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, which femtech is. And I think we shouldn't be afraid to say it, and we shouldn't feel ashamed to say it. So, yeah.
Thank you. So, Ron, besides the emotional factor to convince investors, how is EasyBra convincing investors in numbers? Can you share some figures with us?
First of all,
I will get the expert at the end of the day. I think this one is working. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, EasyBra itself, I think it raised 7 million by now, which is, I think, a lot of money for a company that had up until now one product. It's FDA certified, CE certified, and we started sales. Again, I wasn't, you know, in the kind of management team before, I don't know, 5 months ago, so I didn't call the shots, but I would definitely do it, you know, differently. However, let's talk a little bit about, you know, EasyBra, but in general, because I'm also, you know, I'm a partner in the fund, and I also raised money from like big investors, and in my previous company, and I worked for a family office, and I can talk a little bit in general about, you know, this space, which I think is more important and interesting to the people in the crowd than just talking about EasyBra. So EasyBra itself is, you know, they came up as a one-off product company, which is always bad. And it's also not only that, but also the fact that you don't really understand your end client is really, you know, a big F on the founding team, because you do need to think, who are you selling to? And sometimes you don't do that because you don't really understand the market, and you just feel there is a need, and you really think that there is like a kind of a market fit. But who is actually going to pay for the product, especially in, you know, in medical device or healthcare in general? It's a very complicated world. I worked in an enterprise SaaS company. It's a completely different world, and we do see the great funding and the unicorns and whatever, all the buzzwords coming from a very different field than medical devices and healthcare in general. So we do need to be very conscious of the fact that, you know, money is not abundant in the space of healthcare if we are talking about healthcare, and we can dissect it to different spaces, but at the end, and we can also add the Femtech into it, you know, the bottom line is that the money is not there. And because the money is not there, you need to be very conscious of whatever you're doing, and also be very, vigilant about, you know, the strategy you're taking. Like if you are putting a lot in clinical trials in that process, you don't really leave anything to, to the go-to-market and the sales and marketing teams. That's a very notorious trait of Israeli companies. And that's definitely not the way to go. So you do need to think about all that. And EasyBra made tons of mistakes, because I think with 7 million, we should have been in the market by now. We only started sales, so we have about $100,000 sales in the past 3-4 months, which is not bad. It's a start, but we need to be in a much better position. We are raising now $5 million. We don't even know what to call this round. Is it a growth round, a Series A, B, whatever? I don't know. I do know that as an investor, and also as a person who, I have to say something. Whenever you go and ask for money, it's eventually you beg for money, you know? I mean, doesn't matter. Also, you know, when Bessemer is going and raising money, I hope nobody's here working for Bessemer, they also beg for money. So they go to big pension funds in the US, but at the end, you all beg for money, and everyone hates that. That's definitely a unanimous feeling. Everyone hates to fundraise, but you have to do it. And you need to take that as a base, right? That's the base, is that everyone don't like to raise money. The fact is that CEOs always raise money, and they always look for the next, big thing. You raise 5, then you raise 20, you raise 100, you go IPO. It's also raising money. IPO. It's not an exit. It's also an exit, but it's basically raising money from institutionals. So you need to have that in mind. And we are now doing the 5 million, which really I don't know what to call it. I'm just, I just feel that when you are not a very structured entrepreneur, which in Femtech you have lots of these unstructured entrepreneurs, because you are a woman and you see a need and a market fit and and then you come and build a company, you don't really understand how to build that. I am, as an investor who does pre-seed and seed rounds as part of my work in Alonic, we see very, very structured entrepreneurs. They know exactly what they're doing, who are they going to raise from. They choose their investors very carefully. So Femtech does not have the luxury of that. But I hope that with good education, we will be there in 5 years or so. And with that, we'll have also a lot of funds, women, investors, and people would push the money industry to this field, or at least to some extent, because really today it's only the beginning of money in the space. So that's where EasyBra is. So we are selling, we are commercializing. And as I said, we did all B2B. Now we are shifting like 90% of the business to B2C, meaning that we trust women, that we can explain to them and give them the power to buy our product. And the product itself has many applications now, not just the breast surgery that I mentioned. But it is a complete shift of the company, and it all stems from the fact that this type of startup, and there are plenty of startups like that, just that cannot afford itself to not have great revenue, okay? And this is something that all startups need to understand, even if they're doing medical device or healthcare, unless they are truly revolutionary and they come up with a great pharma product, you can't do it without being, one, lean, second, have multiple revenue streams that would end up giving you the runway to convince the market that you are the right, gem to support from a money perspective. But then again, you need to understand, I've seen probably, 3,000, companies' decks in the past decade. So I've seen it all, and I look at Femtech. I love Femtech personally, but I do not think that this is like, how do you call it, like the cream of investments. For sure it's not. I'm not going to make my 10, 100 times, I better put all my money in cyber, maybe now guns, unfortunately, and we'll make tons of money. But if you do Femtech because you believe in it, you should be able to see at least the 5 times, if not the 10 times, investment return. And for the entrepreneurs in the crowd, you need to think about that. You always need to think about, if you're going to an investor and you need money for this, how are you going to make money? And I have a feeling, also in EasyBuy, even though I invested, and probably my first $100,000 went to the trash for sure, because the company I told you almost went bankrupt in September. It wasn't the wise decision of me to invest, but then again, most of our investments are not wise. So I just joined the crowd, and I had with a lot of money relatively for me. But I'm saying it's not about that. It's about being able to think at least that you have a path to success, okay? And that's very crucial in Femtech. It's not very obvious for most of the companies I've met in Femtech. And that's why most of the money I think that is going to Femtech today is an emotional investment. And we need to think about that, be very wary of that, and actually change that.
Our boat and succeed together, because we talk about the prestige and the fun. It's hard to raise money. We have also the women on the other side that are, I would call it, a bit risk averse when trying new products. And we have government and regulations that are putting tons of obstacles. How are we gonna change that? What's the first thing we need to do in order, let's say 2030, that we're not in a situation we complain about all those burdens in the way of Femtech?
That's such an important question, and if I could put out a wish, I would wish for exactly. I would wish for more unified regulation globally. We've touched it a little bit with innovation. When we look at the US, in non-hormonal contraception, it's actually 60 years since the last non-hormonal contraceptive was introduced to the US. One of the reasons is because these studies are very expensive, and as a startup, it's very difficult to raise the funds. Europe was actually more, innovation friendly, because they made it easier for startups to enter. A non-hormonal IUD, for example, is regulated as a medical device in Europe. And so the scrutiny put on the startup wasn't as tough. Unfortunately, now the EU regulation is changing again, also for medical devices, which makes it very, very tough for a startup with 20 people. We are doing our best to innovate, to do R&D, to bring innovation to the market with the funding, fighting for the funding, but we have to choose our markets quite carefully. And now what is required from us with a change from one regulation to another, which makes it actually tougher for companies that have been selling in Europe, like us. We've been selling in Europe for 6 years, and now I've talked to several companies. They might have to withdraw from Europe because we cannot afford to invest into such expensive studies in Europe, in the US. And then you have another study in Brazil, and you have different laws even within the EU, which forces you to maybe even withdraw from a market. It's insane. and it's just costly. So that would be my first wish, is really to unify the regulation, make it easier, also maybe coordinate together with the big regulating bodies to accept certain studies and maybe build on them. And so I think this is really one of the biggest challenges for startups. And unfortunately, it all comes back to us women, because what I will see happening in Europe and in the EU will be that companies withdraw from the market, because as a sales potential, and you touched on that, Ron, if I have to choose as a biotech company, should I go into the US with my product or should I go to Europe? A study in the US costs me 15 million, a study which I now have to do in Europe to be able to sell in 2024, according to the new regulation, although I've been selling for the last 5-6 years, will cost me another 20 million. So the product in Europe is sold for 100 euros, whereas in the US I can charge 1,000. I will not go into Europe, and I can tell you, I'm not even, I can understand these companies that are now withdrawing from the market, and all it will do is, for us women, we will have less innovation. We're going back in time and not moving forward. So I think that's one of the biggest obstacles that we as a company see, and we now have to choose carefully. We are under a lot of scrutiny by the health authorities in Europe. Some markets are blocking us. It's also big competition that is working against you, and there's not really a lobby for femtech startups to help you even with that. So I think that's one of the biggest issues. And then the second one, which Sharon has touched on also, is these taboos. And I've just seen it now in my femtech network. We cannot even post on social media about menstrual hygiene. We cannot talk about, all the issues we are facing. They've blocked an endometriosis post on social media. How can we move forward and educate on these issues if we can't even talk about it? So there, on the one hand, yes, the EU is also doing a lot, and Horizon, we've heard today, they are putting more money into this field. They're investing in women entrepreneurs, which is great. But if the regulation is against you, if social media is against you, and also social media is much easier to deal with in the US. Again, in the US, you can publicly talk about these issues. In Europe, you're being blocked. And as a European woman, I find it very, very sad, and I hope that, it will change. It will change for the better, because over 70% of the innovation, I think it's even close to 80% of the innovation, is done by startups. It's not done by the big pharmaceutical companies or the big medtech companies. They then go and buy these startups, but they only buy these startups when you can show traction. They want you to be a year in the FDA. They want you to show sales in Europe. And so, how can you innovate? How can you even get into these phases if you don't get the investments, if you have these big players even playing against you? There's so much driving against you. It's very difficult to move forward. So.
So first of all, I do think I agree that, there are plenty of stakeholders that needs to join in. The regulator for startup, for sure. Insurance companies, whatever, depends on the system, but definitely the regulators and whoever sets the rules is the first to at least acknowledge the fact that we need its support. But if I need to think about the elephant in the room, where let's put funding aside. I mean, I think I kind of expressed it very clearly that I think there is not enough funding, and it's not going to be solved in the next year or two. It's a process that has a lot of a lot of parameters, you know, that comprise of this this challenge of, you know, money going into this domain. By the way, the first thing, I don't even think it's because it's men managing the money, but it's really because they don't see the return. When you don't see a return in something, it's very difficult to convince as an entrepreneur, or even as a, you know, think about, like, if I'm a fund now, I'm working in a fund, we're going to raise additional $50 million in the next year or so. I'm going to go to LPs and tell them, give me your money, I'm going to invest in Femtech. Oh, sure, so I'll give you your money. I mean, it's not going to happen. I should say, I'm investing in, you know, in cyber and fintech and insurtech, and I can give you other buzzwords, but AI, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'll say Femtech. Okay, never mind. She's not a person we want to trust with our money. So first of all, like, until we'll see like the entire ecosystem works, it's a vicious cycle that I think is kind of hopeless for Femtech, and that's why we should not focus on, you know, how do we change the big, you know, cycle paradigm, because we are not. But what we need to do is really, if this is like Femtech, means that we are looking at women and saying to them, we want to build you a better future, or more personalized, or we want to look at your problems and find solutions for them, then we need to look at these women and say, and you need to join in, you know, you need to buy our products, okay, marketplace. So buy from that marketplace. Or, you know, you have a friend who has endometriosis, so read about it and delve into that. And maybe there are some solutions, or maybe just try it out, and maybe it won't work. But, you know, instead of buying another, I don't know, shoes, then spend the $100 on maybe something that might work. I think the women, since women are such a big, you know, there are lots of statistics, part of them were shown by Sharon, but at the end, women buy everything, and definitely everything healthcare related, right? They buy for the kids, for the parents, for themselves, for their husband, for whatever. So if you buy already that, be a little bit more adventurous, and buy something that, you know, perhaps works, perhaps not, perhaps there are not enough reviews. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Maybe you'll post a review. Maybe you'll share it on the social media. I mean, that's the way I see it. I think there are enough women in the world, and they live much longer than men. I mean, happily for us. I think on average it's like 5 years, or I don't know what. So, you know, they can actually afford to take a step in. They don't need to be as bold as me and put $100,000 into a startup when they have like $110,000 in their, you know, cash balance. But they can at least buy $100 or $50 bra or whatever, anything, right? So I think the revolution would come from there. There are, I don't know, 3.8 billion women in this world. I believe that 70% of them actually have the, you know, the income power, the, you know, the money to buy these things. Each of us can say, okay, this year I'm going to buy 3 things that I did not intend to buy, and they look to me quite innovative. And, you know, it's probably not going to work, but let's throw $300 at that. And if it's good, let's actually post it or share it. So, you know, these are the conversations that we need to have. I mean, alongside with many other conversations about, you know, independency and about, you know, sexual well-being and about a lot of other things. And there are lots of debates out there. But it's really about each and every woman taking that charge and that power. I don't need them to sit in my board or in Ocon board or any other startups. They don't need to be entrepreneurs. They don't need, you know, to join an crowd, you know, kind of crowdfunding, you know, platform and support. They don't need to do that. They just need to say, okay, when I'm doing my Amazon shopping, I'm also going to buy something that is, you know, less popular, or, as I said, a little bit more risky from my standpoint. You know, I'll buy a Modi panties, whatever, okay? Something that makes sense to you as consumers. And maybe, you know, my wishful thinking would be that maybe the, you know, male spouse will support them and say, I'll buy it once a year. You know, I'll spend $100 for my wife, or, I don't know, for her to enjoy our intercourse or whatever, once a year. And, you know, and that would make the revolution. The revolution would not come from us aspiring for better exits, because that will take at least a decade. I mean, all in all. But if we can change a little bit our habits, how we buy things, how we try things, how we support things for us, then, you know, with a 3 you know, you don't need to do a tam, sam, bam, you know. You just need that 3.8 billion woman that would spend $300 a year. And again, not 3, and I said 70%, so I'll give you 2.8. So that's about, you know, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Before we open up to a round of Q&A, I would like to talk about the impact on society itself if we invest or don't invest in women's health at the end of the day. What is your convincing argument? How do we get those women on board?
Well, I think we don't necessarily only need to get the women on board. We need to get, you know, more importantly, the men on board, because, you know, I mean, whenever we talk, one of our indications is, for example, abnormal uterine bleeding or heavy menstruation. That's 1 in 3 women. So whenever we talk to men, we say 1 in 3 women, that's either your mother or that's your colleague, your female colleague, that's your wife. So 1 out of 3 women in your life will suffer from it. So, you know, we need to raise awareness for these things because women don't necessarily talk about it. But what it does is it influences the work they do, they get depressed. You know, 70% of women who have heavy menstruation, they are depressed, you know. It influences, they cannot even leave the house without changing their clothes. So, and that will affect the men of full societies around them. So any women's health issues will have a direct impact on all the men and on the full societies. So I think raising awareness for these issues is really, should be a priority of all of us, of the men and of the women, and we need to talk more about it. What you said is completely true. It's actually every woman can do her part by either sharing about the issues, talking about it, buying innovative products, also developed by women, or pushing women's health forward. So. And that's how we can change the you know, ecosystemic you know, impact that it will have on the full society.
So we have 1,550 companies. That was my stand. Femtech companies worldwide. Now we hear there are some closing because of regulations, funds, whatsoever. How do we get the points where we need to innovate now? Is the right way to pitch problems, to have women to pitch problems and tell their needs, or does it come from a different point, a different place?
Well, I would just say that good. So I would just say, as a tip, really, I mean, I have discussed it with few people and also women investors. First of all, when you pitch about a product, please do not try to get any empathy from the investor about the problem, okay? And it's not just because men would find it difficult to when you talk about menstrual issues or endometriosis, but also because it's just not the way it works, okay? Like the brain of an investor, it's not like you come and say, okay, there is a problem, I have a market fit, or this is my solution, now imagine it. You know, there is not like imagine moment in a pitch, you know, deck or in a pitch conversation. It doesn't work like that, okay? When you talk to an investor, you need to understand why you are coming up with a great investment opportunity for him. That's it, you know?
For him or her.
Yeah, for him, for her. It's not about a big or small investment. It's not about the check size. It's not about that. I'm saying that when you go to an investor and talk to him about a product, especially because I said already that Femtech is even, you know, the chat we have today, it's very emotional for many people. I'm not saying for all of you, but many people are taking it very, personally, and they come from a need, from a feel, from a da-da-da-da-da. When you come and build like a content platform for documentation, blah, blah. I mean, the company I worked for, nobody had a personal issue with that, okay? It was just a market opportunity, and they built a platform, and, they raised $100 million, and it was fun, and then everyone became millionaires, and that's the story of the company. Now, Femtech is a little bit different. People take it very personally. They really care about it. They really want it to succeed. There are lots of angel investors there and much less institutional investors. And what I'm trying to say is when you come up with a product, like all the products you've shown or the products we're talking about, we need to remind ourselves that when we talk with serious investors who see 300 to 1,000 decks a year, they are not even interested to sympathize with you, okay? That's not their goal in this discussion. This discussion is whether they are convinced, and they will do a little bit of a diligence, whether it's early or not, to find out if it's true. But they are looking to understand whether this product and your, mindset and the perception of the market, and then how you're going to build a huge company, whether it makes sense to them or not. They don't need to like your product. They don't need to sympathize with it. They don't need to sympathize with the wife because she had that problem. No, they just need to understand whether this is a good investment or not. And there are criteria for whether it's a good investment or not. And each investor has a different criteria. They have basic ones that all align with, and then they have their own, criteria. But it's really, really important to understand when you come, I think it's actually a big impediment to an entrepreneur. When you come to an investor and talk to him about a problem, and then you look for his empathy or sympathy towards your solution, it puts you in a weaker position, okay? Because an investment thesis of any investor has nothing to do with feelings, and it has nothing to do with whether or not I like it or not. I want it to succeed. It actually, usually when you say, I'm getting too emotional, and you say, okay, maybe I shouldn't invest because I'm getting too emotional with that. And that's my, take for everyone who raises, funds, and even for myself, because as I told you, I invested emotionally. I've seen my mother, and I said, it's not right. I should give that money, and I hope, let's pray it works. This is not how you invest, okay? I am a very, good example of how not to invest in companies. Okay, but then again, it's my own private money. I mean, when I represent money of other people, and I do, then as my partner says, my investment partner says, Ron, remember, this is not your money. I said, okay, let's look at it from a different angle. So.
Great. We will soon have the opportunity also in discussion rounds to get some more info with Ron about funding and pitching. So in case we have any entrepreneurs who want to pitch, this is your opportunity, and get some great, exactly, get the brutality of an Israeli investor here. And the second discussion round with Daniela is about the health tech and femtech medical side and opportunities and solutions that we will discuss. But we have one question from the audience, and then we will go into a break. So let me give you, the microphone. Sorry. Danke.
Yeah.
So if you have empathy to the people for whom you are building a product, and you are super motivated, would you give this would you give this your points, this motivation, give your points to give when you're pitching the product to have more funding because you are very motivated, or not?
Well, it's a very good question. I'll tell you why, because I'm just contemplating on this now with a product I've seen. Again, for Alonik, most of my I do like once in 2 years, I invest in a company. That's all the money I have. But I work in a fund, right? And I worked in a family office of like big billionaires. So I had the luxury to, I don't know, to put like, to do 15 investments a year. So I'll tell you what, I think that if you are willing to diversify your portfolio as an investor and take some things that you believe would make the world a better place, and you have that, you know, end customer or end consumer in mind, and you do believe that this is something that's going to change a lot of people's life for the better, and the product is good enough, but I don't know, it's not as convincing as other things you've seen, then I think you should diversify and invest, okay? It does give me motivation. However, in the realm of, you know, all the investments you see, when you look, investors needs to, the expectation for them, and it's a really tough expectation, is to make 10x on the money, okay? 10x is a lot. I don't know if many of you have done like, I don't know, you made 100,000 this year. In 10 years, you are going to make $1 million income, let's say. You know, it's not very reasonable, right? So the expectations of making a 10x return on your money is a very high expectation of investors. The top investors do that. Most of the investors do not. And actually, most of the investors are doing like 2.5 times. That's the average, you know, in the industry. However, the thing is that when you want to be the best investor, that's how you need to think. Even if you're going to end up with a 2.5. But you have to think about the 10x. And when I have sympathy to products, I can tell you, not just because of my experience, but really, usually, if you think about the huge, you know, successes, you know, of the last decade or two, I don't know, Snowflake, okay, Spotify, whatever. I don't think that, you know, if you have thought about, you know, this empathy, motivation, whatever you're talking about, I mean, it wasn't there, okay? So the big exits and the big names, and I can give you a list of probably 100, probably there was no such motivation. So if you're being very, analytic and rational, it's not that smart to invest in these kind of, you know, of products. But if you are also a good-hearted, you know, investor, and you want to put money into things that you want them to change the world, even though they're not going to make you the 10x, then go ahead, do that, you know, and that's what we do. We do at least 30% of our portfolio. We do impact, you know, education and this and that, elderly care, whatever. I don't think it's going to, you know, if we're lucky and the founders are very, very sharp from a business perspective, okay, they would have a good storyline that would help them raise funds, and they would maneuver enough with the market to make this product, you know, work. But in general, most of the companies I've seen, and again, I don't know if it sounds modest or unmodest, but I've seen a lot. Most of the products that I've seen and I loved, I think 90% of them failed. So, you know, and it's not me, it's just that the things that you have motivation for them to succeed, somehow in this very cruel world, do not succeed. And we need to take that into account, you know. I mean, when you are an investor and it's other people's money and you need to return, again, you want to return 10, you'll probably return 3, but you do need to return the 3. So you just can't do that. And that's why when you look at, you know, the investor's eyes, try not to look for his empathy. Try to actually convince him that he's missing a great investment opportunity.
Maybe if I may add from a startup point of view, I think what's important is also to know which type of investor you talk to. You mentioned it a little bit. There are impact investors, and some impact investors have invested in us. And for them, it is about, you may call it a marketing tool, because what we've learned also, most of the impact investors, it's not necessarily really only about the impact. However, some of them are really driven by the impact they can create, and they have grants on top of their investment firms, which they can give you non-dilutive funding on top of that or maybe even doing a study in Africa or, you know, in the developing world. So I think when you talk to true impact investors and not family offices that do a little bit of impact as a percentage, there the pitch is completely different because you need to show them what impact your product will make, and there it's very personal and emotional, and you know, it's about the need of actually investing in moving you know, country healthcare forward. And so, for example, one of our products, there is no solution in Eastern Europe for it, and not even talking about the rest of the developing world. So impact investors will want to, you know, help you and put money in your hands to help you solve this issue, because these women, they're having their uterus removed, you know, where we have treatments in the Western world. So they will want to hear about this need. So there, it's not only about the return of investment. So I think also when talking to private equity, maybe they had an issue. They were maybe having some breast cancer in their family and they want to put the money. VCs, very different story, of course, and there you have to have a different pitch. But I think it's important to know which investor you're talking to.
Thank you very much for the insights you've given. And for myself, I have to say it gives a lot of motivation to, on one hand, continue to try and make this world a better place, and on the other hand, make a business out of it. I think this should be bottom line, you know, the outcome, or just, this is just a kickoff of a lot of great things to happen. So we'll take a 20-minute break outside and we'll meet again, and you can divide yourself into 2 workshops, and we have coffee outside, so feel free. It's very, very important. And we're excited to chit-chat outside. Thank you. happy to, the microphone is on, happy to welcome all of you here again. And now we have an impulse talk of Ron, and I have a little thing to tell you. So we have 10 minutes for this impulse talk. This is how I calculated my introduction Zoom with Ron, and we stayed on for 2.5 hours. So this time, I could listen for days. This time, it's 10 minutes, and we're very excited to hear your impulse talk. There you go.
Hi, everyone, again. Okay, so first of all, I have to say that if my husband and I, because we try to keep a healthy relationship, so I convinced him like 10 years ago that we have to speak every night for 30 minutes. So at this point, because I spoke so much today, he would say, okay, you're off your 30 minutes, you can come back tomorrow, okay? So if you want to leave or if you just want to look at your phones, I would not be offended. I think you are, I'm off my time anyway. So that's a first, okay? And I'm not kidding. It's like, this is my life. It's like at 9 p.m., I'm like, near. No one responds. So what I really wanted to tell you is just a few things. I thought about three main things that I want to share with you. A little bit about myself, like where did I end up being myself? And second is my 10 rules for life. It's not really rules, but it's at least the 10 most significant lessons learned that I have based on the different experiences that I had. And just, each of you can relate to one or two or none. But it's just thought that I have, and I always feel that I have a lot of experience in different fields in my life, and that's the only reason really why I think I deserve this floor, and I actually think that every person deserves a floor to share his lessons learned. And the third thing is really talk about Femtech, and I think I did mention already what I think needs to be done in the field, meaning maybe emphasize less Femtech, and think about, your end client, and as a woman or woman supporter, just come and support, this arena in general. And I think the best place to start is as a consumer. So let me talk a little bit about myself. So I grew up in Israel. One of the, I think the most important thing that happened to me in my life is that my father was an engineer, and my mother, she's also an engineer, but she really liked to design houses. So she went all over Europe. We love Europe. And she came back with ideas. And I ended up moving like 12 houses during my, since I was born until I was like 14. So we moved 3 cities, very different cities. So it's like living in Mannheim and then moving maybe to Berlin and ending up in Bonn. Okay, this is kind of my life in Israel. So we had really nice, by the way, the houses were really nice. And every Saturday, I remember that I wake up, somebody is knocking on the door and is asking to do a tour and take some pictures. Seriously, this is my childhood. However, I lived and moved a lot. And due to that, I had to kind of become, an adjustable person. And I adjusted to very different societies. We lived in a relatively poor city at the beginning, and then we lived in a more, lucrative neighborhood. So very different types of people. And due to that, I think me and my family, we became very adjustable creatures. And that's why I developed, I think, my networking skill. I really don't like to speak about my skills, but, it's just, there's no one else to say that I have networking skills, so I would say that. So that's one. Second is that I have a mother who is a very strong woman, and she was probably the first woman engineer in the nuclear facility, but I do not, admit to have a nuclear facility in Israel, but she was probably the first woman that worked there when she was 22. And she grew us, she raised my sister and I to become a very independent woman. And she always said, never mind who you marry, you have to make more money than him. So that was a rule. And and I kind of, I married a guy who did a long PhD in biology. So for most of the years, I did make more money than him, but it was not an difficult task. And that's the second thing. And the third thing she said, which is really interesting, if you have kids, you should think about it. It's a really smart saying. Is she said, when you start in university, you start from high, like take the most difficult discipline that a university can offer, and then you can go down and become an economist or whatever. So what I did, I actually signed up for medical school, and then I went there, and then I found out that you actually need to, want to be a doctor. So after 1 week, I went to the dean and I said, I don't want to be a doctor. He said, but you took a place in the Hebrew University's medical school, you can't leave. I said, so I'm leaving. So I left after a week. And then she said, okay, what to do? You have to have a high discipline. So she signed me up for nanotechnology, and this is what I studied, nanotechnology. It was damn hard. It was like physics, chemistry, math, biology. It was like death, really. I don't know how I ended up, graduating. And what I'm trying to say is that once I finished that, it was very easy to go down to capital markets, which was my, my first decent job. I was an engineer for a while, and then I went to capital markets, and I ran a trading floor, which was a lot of fun because it was between 2006 to 2010. Very happy years in the, as a trader. We made a lot of money, but it was truly crazy. And then I joined the government, and I did a cadet course, but in the Ministry of Economy. And I worked in the government for 2 years, a little bit of Ministry of Finance, and I went to Singapore, and I lived with my family in Singapore, and I was the trade commissioner to Singapore, Indonesia, and a little bit of Malaysia. And I actually also did a little bit of Bangladesh, but then my minister got really upset, and I said, okay, never mind. And then I left the ministry, and I went to a family office, did some investments, and now I left a tech company, very successful one in Tel Aviv. I was like the general manager, and now I'm doing what I told you before. So it's like I jumped a lot. That's what, bottom line, I jumped a lot. I tried a lot of things. I'm what people call generalist. Okay, so I don't have a profession. I'm not a biochemist like my husband, or a diplomat like Excellency here. I'm a generalist, and it took me a long time to admit that I'm a generalist and I don't have a specific profession. But at the end of the day, it gave me a very interesting perspective about life. I understand very little, but in many things, even in quantum computing, I understand a little bit, but enough to explore companies to invest in. And the good thing is that I managed to live with myself quite well, I do not feel like I'm a complete failure because I was not one doctor, one engineer my entire life. But this is something that you need to know, not just about me, but about people you meet, that, if you have a lot of experiences, eventually you're kind of able to understand that when you reach to an executive position, or you want to kind of own yourself and you don't want to be in a very specific domain, you need to live with the fact that you are probably eventually going to be a generalist. Okay? My prime minister is a generalist. It's not a bad thing, and then you need to focus on, I can focus on EasyBra, I can focus on Zoom-in, I can focus on different things, but I'm a generalist. And I think a lot of people, especially young people today, they kind of contemplate on who we are, what we do, how we do. So it's really fine to be a generalist, being able to do different kind of things. And you need to develop these skill sets, and you need to think about your skills. But at the end, I think more and more multidisciplinary kind of people will eventually take over a lot of businesses as we see them today. So that's kind of me. Now, my 10 rules, right? So I did write them because I said, I don't know if I'll remember. I probably don't. And I want to share with you. So the first thing I want to say is the generalist thing. Just always think about, being in a higher position or higher layer than, your perception now. Meaning, you grasp something, a reality, but you can always go a little bit higher and see more reality, and then go. Now, I think, when you work in the government, when you do that, you feel that everything is more complex, because there is a lot of complexity, like the complexity level of things you do when you look up is getting higher and higher. When you look down, you can find a solution to this code or to this, chemical issue. But when you go up and up, things get more and more complicated. However, when you go up and look at the entire reality, I think it gives you a better perspective of things, okay? You don't get so frustrated. You don't get so angry. You don't feel that life is unfair. You understand that this is like, okay, this is complicated. And I think when we mature and, grow older, we find this more and more relevant, like in our relationships with our parents, with our kids, with our surroundings. But actually, it's also true for any business-wise projects you do. And just keep that in mind, when you are like a generalist. The other thing I always recommend, totally different, is I recommend you to read. Now, I know it's not very popular with young people, but I do recommend to read a lot. And you can read whatever. You can read prose, and you can read newsletters, and you can read blogs, and you can read whatever, but try to find at least an hour of your day, not like reading Facebook. I did not mean that. I mean like really reading essence stuff, some things that would make you dream, imagine, that would just make you maybe a little bit more intellectual, but read. And I think a lot of people, I've seen these advisors. By the way, I read a lot, and then I've seen like Ray Dalio says reads, and I said, yes, I'm reading. No, but seriously, do read. Podcasting is not that bad, but just be with yourself for half an hour, concentrate and read whatever. It doesn't need to be reading material of nature kind of, magazine that I also read, but just try to diversify your reading portfolio. The third one, and I know I'm probably off my time already, so we'll do it fast. So just understand, okay, so do reality check to yourself. Startup, no startup, just reality check. Who am I? What are my objectives? What am I trying to gain here? It's really important to be very focused on, what is the real reality. It's very easy to be subjective and always see things under your prism, because these are the glasses you're looking through. But at the end, you need to try all the time to become a little bit more objective than your body takes you or your mind takes you to. And with this objectivity comes a lot of wisdom, okay, to understand the people around you and the systems around you. Integrity. So I always say, once you compromise your integrity, then it's downhill. You can you compromise here, you compromise there, and then I don't want to mention names of tyrants, but you become one. So, just keep your integrity intact. It's very difficult, very, okay? And very easy to, to compromise your integrity a little bit, but trust me, you would live with yourself much better if you want. My sixth and most important maybe, enjoy. Try to enjoy life. It's short, it's random, it could be abrupt, so try to enjoy it as much as you can. 7, be practical, okay? I'm not saying you can be a theoretical physicist or whatever, but be practical with life, okay? Don't, write like a deck without practicality in it. Or don't try to put yourself objectives that are not pragmatic enough. Be practical. It's, most of the people do that, and those who do that usually succeed more than those who dream and dream. I'm not saying if there are artists in the crowd, you can be artistic and great, but you can also be practical. Like, how are you going to pay for your rent, for example? Networking. So I do recommend, say yes to everyone who wants to meet you. Everyone, okay? At least once you have time. When you are like, I don't know, my Prime Minister Bennett, maybe you can't say yes to everyone, but, during the path to becoming a Prime Minister, say yes to everyone. Give them half an hour, 30 minutes. It's not a lot. But say yes to everyone. They write you on LinkedIn. Given it's not a sponsored, advertisement, just say yes. You would be amazed of what happens when you say yes to everyone. First of all, your kindness is appreciated. And second, you will find amazing people that you didn't even have the chance to meet otherwise. Okay, I make a habit, this stems from my networking, love. I make a habit of every person I meet, I introduce him to other people, okay? If they want to, yeah? I mean, I don't make them. And that's like, somebody sent it to me and I thought it was nice. So the true value of networking doesn't come from how many people we can meet, but rather how many people we can introduce to others. So think about it, have it in mind, and really think about, I know people don't like to make that mutual introduction in the subject, but it's actually very worthwhile and it doesn't cost you much. It takes 10 minutes of your life every day. It's not little time, but it can make magic. And the last one that I want to say is just, okay, I'll read it because it's so, how do you say, cliche. Do good, be grateful for what you have, and always strive to be a better person, kinder, and spread love. So I think I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. I'm very much looking forward to the intro I will get from you in the next days. Now I'm very happy to invite the two teams, let's put it this way, up here on stage to share their insights and talks of the discussion rounds. Who wants to volunteer from group pitching and funding? And the winner of the presentation will get the first drink for free afterwards in Agata. So first of all, take off your mask, please, and I have a microphone so everyone will hear what you have to share with us.
Thank you. So okay, yeah. So basically, we had like a pitching round, and we had some awesome ideas. I forgot the names though, so I'm very sorry about that. The first idea was from her, where she was talking about like that she wanted to provide more data for the female side, I think, like in the sense that she wanted to provide like a database as a service. I'm not sure whether I understood the idea correctly. Because she realized while working at Pfizer that there's like a lack of data when it comes to approving new products and new medicine, basically. Yeah, and then afterwards we discussed the idea of her, which is on the smartphone, and she was yeah, and she was telling us about the idea that she was that they had an algorithm that was patented already, and they had like an old tablet, I think, in the supermarket. And the idea behind it was that you enter the kind of food that you eat, and then you get recommended a matching wine for that. So basically, like before the wine department in the supermarket, there's like the tablet there, and then you point like on your food that you're eating, and then it's recommending the wine. And I think it's based on proteins, like what kind of proteins and the amount of proteins that are in there, and oh yeah, and how the steak is made, for example. So the example was a steak because lasagna wasn't good. I'm not sure what kind of wine I would drink for lasagna, for example. But yeah. And then we were commenting on, and she was like, and yeah, and then I pitched my idea as within the last 4 minutes or something, where I was talking about like totally unrelated cyber intelligence startup that is now trying to observe social media for incoming threats of hackers, basically. So trying to observe what is going on in the web and whether or not there will be threats arising, or whether people will build or are in the process of building malware, basically, that could potentially affect your own company or your own security of your IT and infrastructure. And yeah, and then Ron gave us like lots of feedback when it comes to that. I think the first thing was like there needs to be a problem, then there needs to be like the solution that we are proposing, then there needs to be like the product market fit. That is essential. And afterwards, I think she also mentioned like what kind of team is in there, why these people are in there, and I think she wanted to hint like what kind of advantage over competitors we have with that specific team. And we were basically discussing all these kinds of ideas, what was lacking, what needs to be done, and what we need to figure out. And I think she also told us that we need some kind of user story where we have to have like a symbolic idea that people can understand and follow through what's going on. And that's basically, I think, what was in there. Thank you.
Now from the second group, do we have any volunteers? If not, I will hand over the microphone to Daniela. No volunteers? Or Sharon?
Well, I think our group actually discovered that we need an additional startup, as Nelly suggested, where we have a global network, educational network for women, talking about women's health, and where women can actually also share their experiences, share the issues they're having. And I think we were talking more about some of the challenges that we have, especially when it comes to educating on certain women's health issues, and that there's not really a good platform yet, or even path, a defined path, also by the governments, by the educational systems. We need to identify and start very early on in the educational systems to talk about educating girls about getting in touch with their bodies, talking about the issues they're having, spreading the word, and then we also need the media to talk more about these issues. And one of the challenges is also the healthcare professionals that often don't necessarily know how to really talk to women about the issues, and women don't necessarily trust them enough. So really identifying them during their educational paths to make them more aware of educating women and talking about these issues. So we had a lot of discussions around women's health topics. There were personal stories shared, and I think we need to share personal stories more, and everyone can do their part by just speaking up. One example was to speak up to your boss or to your leadership if you have an issue, and trying to change certain things. Did I forget anything?
Thank you so much. I would add that in order to get the women, the main problem is also we don't get their feedback. And Daniela shared with us actually the huge difference in the different countries that Ocon Healthcare is selling. So I think Scandinavia is something to look into and give us some motivation to change some regulatories in this aspect. I will hand over the microphone to the Consulate General of the State of Israel, once again, Carmela Shamir, for her closing remarks. And I will have two last things to say afterwards. So Carmela, please go.
Thank you. I see, well, slowly people had to leave because it's getting late and late, but I wanted to thank you all for coming. I enjoyed it very much. I found it very interesting. The exchanges, what I heard from our guests, specialists in their field. I want to thank the organizers, Maren and Lena and Nelly and Birka. So I think without your passion about the subject, it wouldn't have been such a nice event. I think the atmosphere is great, and that's of course because most of us are women. No, it sounds again like a cliche, but it is true. In my team in the consulate, we are mainly women, and I think that helps to the great atmosphere and fun of work. You said we have to enjoy most of the time what we do, so I completely agree. And thank you again for coming and contributing your time and experience and thoughts.
Thank you. And as we mentioned, this is just the beginning. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming, for taking the time, for making this a topic and helping us to show the potential and hopefully, you know, be ambassadors of this topic. Everyone who heard the stories here is, you know, it's a call for action to go out and tell the world. And a big thank you to our amazing sponsors also, Leonardo Hotels in Odenwalder Quelle. And something quickly a small anecdote or a small story I want to share about the Leonardo Hotels. They actually realized that business trips are not only male trips anymore. So they have designed some Leonette rooms in the Leonardo hotels, especially for business women traveling. So that's something very cool to keep in mind. And I really hope you enjoyed the event today. You come out full of inspiration and amazing people that you've met. And now the most important part is our networking at the Agatha Cafe. And the first drink is on us. Yes, and we have the live stream that was recorded on the YouTube channel of the Consulate of Israel. It's called Israel in Munich or Israel in München. So please share that. And we're looking forward to stay in touch, as we said. Stay connected to all of us for future developments. And thank you so much for coming. And a special thank you to our guests here.
And a very special thank you to Nelly Krantz. You did an amazing job. And it's also true about her. Her little daughter, one is here with a babysitter and one is in Munich. So this shows the reality of moms, you know, still working and doing a wonderful job. So please join us all. Our Consul General will come now, lead the way to, sorry, my mask, lead the way to the networking at Agatha Cafe. It's really beautiful. We checked it out already.